Pasin buat teteh.
Dari kejauhan tergambar cerita tentang kita, terpisah jarak dan waktu. Ingin ku ungkapkan rindu lewat kata indah, tak cukup untuk dirimu, sebab kau terlalu indah. Dari sekedar kata, dunia berhenti sejenak menikmati indahmu. Dan apabila tak bersamamu, ku pastikan ku jalani dunia tak seindah kemarin. Sederhana, tertawamu sudah cukup lengkapi sempurnanya hidup bersamamu. Jika hariku lalui tanpa hawamu, percuma senyumku dengan dia. Dan apabila tak bersamamu, ku pastikan ku jalani dunia tak seindah kemarin. Sederhana, tertawamu sudah cukup lengkapi sempurnanya hidup bersamamu. Apabila tak bersamamu, ku pastikan ku jalani dunia tak seindah kemarin. Sederhana, tertawamu sudah cukup lengkapi sempurnanya hidup bersamamu. Sebab kau terlalu indah. Dari sekedar kata, dunia berhenti sejenak menikmati indahmu.
Pandang pertama liar nona langsung suka. Nona salty, statue abis buang muka. Sama buku senyum tiap hari sampai fly. Datang dalam mimpi nona manis like. Nona statue setelan.
Cek, cek,
Cek,
cek,
cek, cek.
cek, 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 cek. Cek, cek, cek.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, the distinguished guests, the Honorable Mrs. Farah Benamara, Mr. Supriyono, Mr. Nurkiatno, and Mr. Endang Wahyu Pamungkas, esteemed elders and all the participants.
I am Anggenisa Devanya Fasa and my co-host,
Zaki Rizwan.
we will be your master of ceremony for today's opening ceremony and the first half of this conference. A very warm welcome to everyone joining us cycling here at Auditorium UMS in Surakarta, and a special welcome to all of our participants who are connecting with us virtually from all around the globe.
Welcome to the International Conference on Smart Computing, IoT, and Machine Learning, SIML 2025. Before we officially begin, we kindly request everyone to ensure your mobile devices are on silent mode to avoid any disruptions during the presentations.
We thank you for your presence and are truly excited for an insightful and productive day ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure that we officially declare the International Conference on Smart Computing, IoT, and Machine Learning SIML 2025 open.
To begin our official program, we invite you to listen a beautiful Quranic recitation. Please welcome Rifat Ahtarajwa to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب. الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا يتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار صدق الله العظيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you for that inspiring recitation. Now we invite everyone to please stand for singing of our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by the Muhammadiyah anthem, Sang Surya. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise together.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may now be seated.
This year's conference carries the timely and vital theme, harnessing artificial intelligence and smart technologies to build sustainable, inclusive, and resilient communities.
To mark this significant occasion, we are honored to have some welcoming remarks from our distinguished organizers.
For the first welcome message, we respectfully invite the Honorable Mr. Endang Wahyu Pamungkas, PhD, as the General Chair of SIML 2025, to deliver his message. Mr. Endang, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me begin by extending a warm greeting first for the Vice Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, and then our outstanding keynote speaker who can join with us either offline and also online, and then the entire of organizing committee and scientific committee of SIML 20 and 25, and also all presenters and participants both in person or in online, Zoom online. So first, welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, and welcome to the beautiful city of Surakarta. Can help me to show the slide? So in this session, I would like to share several important reports and also insight and highlight about this year's conference. Okay. Next. Okay, so similar to the last year edition, SIML 2025 also adopt a hybrid international conference format, and we are fully supported by IEEE Indonesian section and also in collaboration with Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. And this year, SIML carries a theme harnessing artificial intelligence and smart technologies to build sustainable, inclusive, and resilient communities. Okay, for the submission, we are proud to announce that SIML 2025 received 260 submission, which is a twofold increase compared to the SIML 2024. And this significant growth reflects the increasing recognition of SIML as a promising and reputable venue for research in smart computing, IoT, and machine learning. And even though this is still the second edition of the conference, and it's shown that SIML gaining traction and trust among researchers. And if we take a look on the submission for each track, we can see that machine learning emerged as the most popular track, reaffirming its central role in current smart technology research. Despite the increase on the number of submission, we are committed to maintaining the high standard for the paper selection. And we can see that our acceptance rate this year stands at 40%, 40.7%, make it even more competitive compared to the last year or previous year edition, which at 48.7%. And this demonstrates that our ongoing commitment to academic rigor and quality of the review process. Another indicator of SIML growth is its international reach. We are proud to have received contribution from authors across 15 countries. And our technical program committee includes experts from 19 countries. This global participation demonstrates that SIML is no longer a regional conference, but it is becoming a truly international forum for smart technology and AI research. And for the review process, so we use double-blind peer review process by using EDAS platform. And then around 200 reviewers involved in the review process. And each paper reviewed by 3 experts. And this year, SIML introduced 2 key improvements in the review workflow. First, we have a rebuttal phase, where in the phase, author invited to respond to reviewer comments and clarify if there are some misunderstanding. And this process increase transparency and improve fairness in the final decision. And then we also provide meta review, where each submission receive meta review written by TPG chair, summarizing the overall recommendation based on the review and rebuttal. This helps ensure consistency and balanced decision for the final decision, acceptance decision. And for the program overview, we will have 4 keynotes from distinguished speaker, and we will also have 106 paper presentation, which organized into 5 offline rooms here, and also 7 online rooms in the parallel session. And in the closing, we will also have awards. So we have 3 different awards. The first one is a best paper awards for each track. So we will have 3 best paper. And then since we also receive a lot of student paper, we will also have a best student paper awards. And also we will have best presenter awards for each parallel session room. So we will have 12 best presenter for each room. Before I close my speech, we extend our gratitude to first IEEE Innovation section for sure, and then Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta as the main sponsor of this conference, all members of organizing and also scientific committee, our keynote speaker whose insights enrich this conference, and also all participants who participate in this conference. And finally, let's make SIML 2025 a meaningful, insightful, and impactful event. And we look forward to seeing you at SIML 2026. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Endang, for those inspiring words. Next, we respectfully invite the Honorable Mr. Supriyono, PhD, the Vice Dean of Faculty of Communication and Informatics, to share his welcome address. Mr. Supriyono, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to say good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, honorable speakers, especially who are joined offline here, Professor Farah Bernada and Dr. Nurgiatna. I would like to just briefly introduce about Muhammadiyah and Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta to Professor Farah, I think. Yeah, Muhammadiyah is one of biggest Islamic organization in Indonesia, and Universitas Muhammadiyah, we call it UMS, is one of the biggest university under Muhammadiyah. So we are private university, and Muhammadiyah was established in 1912. In the term of the age, Muhammadiyah is much older than Indonesia. Indonesia Independent Day was in 1945, whereas Muhammadiyah was established in 1912. And Muhammadiyah focused on 2 main activities. The first one is education. So currently we have more than 5,000 schools all over Indonesia, and we have more than 150 higher education all around Indonesia. And UMS is one of the biggest university under Muhammadiyah, located in a very beautiful city, which is Solo. I hope Prof. Farah will enjoy during your stay in Solo, and hope you have chance to get around Solo. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor and privilege for me to stand before you today and open this remarkable event. As we gather here, we find ourselves the forefront of technological innovation, witnessing rapid changes in the way we live, works, and interact with our world. Smart computing, Internet of Things, and machine learning are no longer merely futuristic concepts. They are fundamentally shaping every aspect of our modern society, from our cities to healthcare system, to industry, education, and even our day-to-day lives. The convergence of these fields not only opens new horizons, but also poses new challenges that require innovative solutions, multidisciplinary collaboration, and ethical consideration. I think this conference serves as an important platform for researchers, practitioners, industrial experts, and enthusiasts to come together, share their knowledge, exchange ideas, and foster new collaboration. Over the next 2 days, we will explore cutting-edge research, discuss emerging trends, and delve into real-world applications that demonstrate the transformative power of these technologies. I encourage you all to actively participate, engage in meaningful, and network with one another. Let us take this opportunity to inspire and learn from each other as we collectively pave the way towards a smarter and more connected future. With that, I officially declare the conference on smart computing, IoT, and machine learning open. That's all. Thank you. Akhirul kalam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Supriyono, for your insightful remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the one of the most anticipated segments of our conference, our keynote sessions. We are privileged to hear from a distinguished lineup of experts who will share their invaluable insights into the forefront of smart computing, IoT, and machine learning.
Mentari pagi bersinar terang benderang. Ku coba melangkah demi masa depan. Waktu demi waktu kita terus berjalan agar semua impian bisa terwujudkan. Be ready and do it. We bring someone.
For the moderator,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we have some coffee break. So we please you to have coffee this morning into the front of the room. Thank you. Once again, we please you to have some coffee break. And the coffee break you can get the coffee break in front of the room.
setelan cuek nanti malu di nona. Kan bilang saja jangan pura-pura. Abang suka terima asal ada nona bicara. Stay true, setelan cuek baru malu. Aduh adik ini mau juga abang yang rayu. Kalau nona suka, jangan buang muka. Jangan setelan cuek nanti malu di nona. Kan bilang saja, jangan pura-pura. Abang sudah terima asal ada nona bicara. Stay true, setelan cuek baru malu. Aduh adik ini mau juga abang yang layu. Stay true, setelan cuek baru malu. Aduh adik ini mau juga abang yang maju. Pandang pertama biar nona langsung suka. Nona salting, statue abis buang muka. Sama buku pusing yang tiap hari sampai fly. Datang dalam mimpi nona manis like. Nona statue setelan cuek aduhai.
Aduh abang bukan maksudku begitu. Masalah setuju bukan berarti tak mau. Dua malam dikit kan bisa. Coba kasih effortnya saja. Kalau memang cocok bisa datang ke rumah.
Stay true, setelan cuek baru malu. Aduh adik ini mau juga abang yang layu. Stay true, setelan cuek baru malu. Aduh adik ini mau juga abang yang maju.
Tenang, Superpel anti minyak dan noda baru dengan micellar teknologi lantai bebas minyak dan noda dalam satu menit. Superpel baru, buktikan sekarang.
Rain or shine, hot or cold, strengthen your
Di setiap masa yang telah ku lewati, menua bersama kisah tak terganti. Senja mulai membiru, menunggu yang berlalu. Harum air mata menyala, iringi rindunya. Jika kau merasa sepi, kembalilah ke tempatku menanti. Sebelum waktu menuntut mati.
ada satu pedes yang bikin kita pengen balik lagi.
Kembali padaku, aku takkan pernah bisa
Tuh kan, pada balik lagi. Ayam McD Spicy, pedesnya bikin balik lagi.
Peeling berlebihan dapat merusak skin barrier. Inovasi peeling tanpa rasa cekat-cekir. Baru, Garnier Tri-Acid Renew Concentrate. 15% kombinasi dari PHA, BHA, AHA, dan niacinamide. Jadikan tekstur kulit terasa halus, tampak lebih cerah, dan perbaiki skin barrier dalam 4 jam. Sesuai untuk kulit orang Indonesia, termasuk yang sensitif. Baru, Garnier Tri-Acid Renew Concentrate. Alami di Garnier.
Menyesal aku sampaikan cinta monyetku ke Kanya dan Rebecca. Apa kabar kalian di sana? Semoga hidup baik-baik saja. Tak belajar terkena getahnya saat bersama Kanya dan Safira. Ku percaya mungkin bukan jalannya, namun kalian banyak salah juga. Jika dahulu ku tak cepat berubah, ini maafku untukmu Syarfina. Segala doa yang baik adanya untukmu dan mimpimu yang mulia. Pindah berhala rumah ke rumah, berharap bisa berujung indah. Walau akhirnya harus berpisah, terima kasih karena
We're still in the outside, please. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we will continue our agendas, which is keynote session. So for everyone who are still in the outside, I let's back into the room and we continue our agenda.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, we inform you to please come back to the room because we will continue our agendas, which is keynote sessions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back into this room and we will continue our next agenda, which is keynote session. For the moderator, we please you to take over the keynote session. And please welcome our first moderator, Mr. Endang Wahyu Pamungkas, PhD, that will guide the first keynote session.
Yes. Okay. Nice to meet you again. So yeah, let's start our first keynote speaker. So it is my pleasure and honor to serve as the moderator for this session. In this keynote, we are privileged to hear from a highly respected researcher in the area of natural language processing and also artificial intelligence. So before I invite Professor Farah, I want to introduce Professor Farah. So Professor Farah Benamara is a full professor of computer science at University of Toulouse now. And she is also a co-head of a Melody Research Group at IRIT, one of Europe's research lab. I think it's a quite good lab. Her research interest is very broad, span from evaluative language processing, sentiment and hate speech detection, intent detection, crisis event analysis, and also multilingual natural language processing. She has led and participated in numerous national and international projects, including Aniti Audio Mobility, Quality Unto, and the prestigious CNRS at CREATE Descartes program, funded by Singapore's ANRF. She is also actively involved in scholarly service on editorial boards of IEEE Transaction on Affective Computing, Dialogue and Discourse, and Treatment Automatic des Linguists, and has chaired major conference, several good conference in natural language processing, including ACL, EACL, and in AACL. Her pioneering work in emotional informed hate speech detection, crisis intent modeling, and Arabic dialect NLP. She has received several recognition, including the French Ministry of Research Excellence Fellowship and a position in the National University Council. So for today's keynote speech, she will share her insight on processing social media content during crisis event, which is, I think it will be very interesting for us. So without further ado, please welcome Professor Farah. So yeah, you will have 30 minutes for the talk and then 15 minutes, yes. And we will have a discussion maybe for 15 minutes. We can, since you, next, it's okay? Yes. Yeah.
Yes, hi everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I'm very happy to be here. Thanks to Andang who contacted me and invited me to this conference. So I'm very happy to be here, to be hosted among you. So today I'm talking about how to use social media in crisis situations. Next slide, please. Yes, so before going into the details, just a small geographical course to let you know where I come from. So I'm from Toulouse, which is the fourth city in France, which is southwest France, near Spain. So next slide, please. Yeah, and here I'm sharing some of the characteristics or why Toulouse is famous. So we have the violet flower, which is a purple flower that is used to make a lot of things like perfume, sweets, soap, and so on. And also a very famous dish, which is like a kidney, white kidney bean, and the name is cassoulet. I don't know if you tried it in Dangono. Only. So, if you come to Toulouse one day, so you will enjoy all these dishes. So this is the non-scientific part of my presentation. So now we can move to the next slide, please. Yeah, so what I am talking about here, it's to use social media during crisis situation. So what I mean by crisis situation, it's all the situations where people can be in danger. So it can be hurricanes, storms, flood, earthquake, volcano, bombs, fire, terrorist attacks, explosion, and so on. Okay, so there are many situations where we can be in crisis and where people's life matter. So what we aim to do here is to use artificial intelligence and natural language processing techniques in order to see how people interact with each other during crisis situation in Twitter, in Instagram, in Facebook, and so on. Next slide, please. So in this talk, I will go into how natural language processing is used in crisis situation and why it's important to process social media in such situations. Then I will explain why it's difficult for artificial intelligence to deal with these kind of messages in social media. And then I'll go into three main work that we did in the topic. And then I finish with some conclusion. So next slide, please. Yes. Next again. Yeah. So this is a figure extracted from a well-known book published in 2016 about the emergence of social media and their importance in crisis situation. So here we can see different crises that occurred, like, I do not really see here. Yeah, like Boston bombing, typhoon, superstorm Sandy, and so on. And we can see the huge volume of messages that have been posted during these situations. So for example, here we can see that during the Boston bombing marathon, we had almost 27 million tweets that has been posted in 3 days. Okay, next slide, please. So people start to understand how social media can be helpful in crisis situation. And it can be helpful in many ways. It can be helpful for public information, for situation awareness, which means how we can make people aware of what is happening, and also for monitoring, evaluating, and planning the crisis. So for example, for public information, we can use social media for prevention, like for example, be careful, a storm is coming, okay, 3 or 4 days before. In preparedness, like avoid this region, do not cross the road, where usually governments send messages on social media to prepare people into the crisis. We can also use social media to respond to the crisis, like for example, help for psychological support or offer help and so on. And also for the recovery, like we saw in the COVID crisis, where social media has been used to give some advice like wear mask, avoid, go to, you have to use the vaccine and so on. So our focus in our work is to use social media for situation awareness, which means how people interact in order to inform about missing people, injured people, movement of population, infrastructure damages, and so on. how we can help emergency service into detecting urgent situation, because it has been shown, at least in France and also in other countries, that usually in the past, when there is a crisis, people use the phone to call the emergency service, like there is a problem here. But now it turns out that most of the time, people do not use phone, use instead social media. They take photo, they took video, they post on Instagram, and then the emergency service look into that in order to identify where are the people that need help, who will need help, and so on. So these are our focus here, is to use social media for these reasons. Next slide, please. Yeah, so there are a lot of research that use social media in order to help people and help emergency services in different kind of service. Here I'm only focusing on civil security, because there is also another type of work that focus on defense and focus on like interior security. For example, when people, especially in France, are on strike, or if there is like people outside complaining. So these are not our matter, okay? What we are focusing on here is only on public civil security. So in this case, we can have different kind of crises. We can have expected crises, which are crises that we know that will happen, like storm because of the weather forecast, okay? But there are also crises that we cannot expect because it's like this, you know, like earthquake, volcano, it comes. And also other that we can even not expect. For example, we know that some countries are subject to earthquake, but we don't know when. We know that countries are subject to volcano. We see some preparation, but we do not know exactly when. But some crises we absolutely do not know. Like, for example, explosion, fire, terrorist attack, and so on. So which means that we can be facing on different types of crises, sudden and expected. So please remind these kind of types, because it is very important for automatic detection. Next slide, please. So when we look into what has been done in related work, people collected data during crisis in different languages. And as we can see here, most of the data set are in English. And very few include other languages. Like if you see, for example, Indonesian language, only 0.04% of existing data are in Indonesian. When you look into French, for example, only 0.5% of existing data are in French, which means that we really need to work on data related to specific countries beyond English. So our work has been done on French, social media, but also in English, and recently in Arabic as well. Next slide, please. So what natural language processing can help? Natural language processing can help in extracting information in order to identify named entities, which means name of people that are missing, name of cities where the crisis occur. We can also detect sentiment, emotion, opinion about what people think about the crisis, what people feel, if the people complaining about the way government manage the crisis, and so on. We can also use text classification in order to identify who is different types of information. So this will be my focus, so I'll focus on that after. We can also use some misinformation detection. This is very, very important, as you may know, because during crisis, people lies a lot. And people try to spread a lot of misinformation, which makes security service a bit confused, because they do not know if there are really people that need help or it's only jokes. So this is very unfortunately spread in social media. We can also use NLP for event detection in order to identify an incoming event, to do summarization, and also to use multimodality. So this is very important. For example, besides social media content, we can use images, videos, speech as well. So in my talk, I will focus on text classification. So next slide, please. Yeah, so why it's difficult to use artificial intelligence to detect information that may help security service to help people. Next slide, please. Yeah. So before explaining why it's difficult, it's important to understand how people collect data. So we collect data using keywords, like for example, in earthquake, we use the word earthquake, we use the name of the country or the name of the region, etc., and we collect data. And then we hire people to manually annotate data according to different categories, like for example, what we know, relatedness, which means is the message about the crisis or no. This is very important because during crisis, around 70% of data are completely irrelevant. Because, for example, if you collect data using the word flood, you can have messages like, I have a flood in my bathroom, which is completely irrelevant. But we collect it because it has been posted during the crisis. Okay. So this means we have to annotate whether a message is related to the crisis or irrelevant. And then we can annotate according to situation awareness, which means is the message urgent or no? Is the message about missing people? Is the message about damages and so on? And we can also annotate messages according to eyewitness. For example, is this message is about a guy that saw something because he saw something. So this is eyewitness, okay? So once we annotate the data, as usual, we use them for training machine learning models in order to detect various information. Next slide, please. So this is the annotation scheme that we use to annotate our French data in collaboration with the French security service, which are fighters. So given a message, we annotate the message as useful or no. If the message is useful, we say if it is urgent or no for security fighters. And if it is urgent, we say if it is a human damage, like people moving people, killed people, and so on, injured. Whether it's material damage, like a bridge is collapsing, or warning and advice. And if it is not urgent, whether the message is critics, people complaining, or people expressing their emotions, is support that people say, inshallah, everything will be okay, or other messages. So we have 3-level classification in our taxonomy, and we annotate data according to that. So next slide. So in here we can see the difference, the frequency of our data per crisis type and per urgency. We can see that we have different type of crises, from ecological crises, which are mainly weather forecast, storm, hurricanes, and so on, flood. Building collapse, gas explosion, plant fire. You remember the Notre Dame fire, the church in Paris that has been burned. And also a terrorist attack. And from here, we have almost 16K messages in our data. And we can see that data is extremely imbalanced, because almost 70% are non-useful, as I said before. 16% are urgent, and 11% are not urgent, which makes detection of urgency quite challenging. And more importantly, we can see that there are a difference in distribution when we look into sudden crises, like fire and so on. We can see that urgent messages are a majority compared to the expected ones. Okay. So next slide, please. And now when we looked into the detail per humanitarian category, we can even saw the imbalance more than that. For example, we can see that for human damage, there are very, very few messages compared to critics or compared to support, for example. We have a lot of emotional messages during crisis. But for security fighter, emotion is not the most important. Most important is saving life, not to see if people are happy or no. Okay. Next slide, please. So we have a weak signal detection problem here with crisis situation. So now how to evaluate automatic models. So usually in machine learning, as most of you well know, we have like a split of train test data set, and the split is done randomly. Okay? But in crisis situation, we cannot do that. Why we cannot do that? Because in real situation, we need to have a model that are robust when a new crisis comes. And when we do the random split, we cannot deal with that. So the evaluation protocol means that we will evaluate in three settings. The first one is what we called on event, which means we train and test in data that come from the same event. Like, for example, we train on Nepal earthquake and we test on Nepal earthquake. This is the ideal situation. And then we have the out of event, or also known as cross event, which means that we are training on several events from the same type, and we test on unseen event also from the same type. For example, we train on Hurricane Sandy, and we test on Hurricane Irma. It's hurricane, but from different region. And the final one is out of type, which means that we train on a pool of events from different crises, and we test on another one that is completely unrelated. For example, we train on flood, and we test on earthquake or hurricane. Next, please. And obviously, you may for sure understand that out of event and out of type are the less explored and the most complex situation. And this is what we do in our work. We do not do random split, and we do not do on-event evaluation, but only on out of event and out of type to really measure the applicability of the model in real situations. Next slide. So in this evaluation protocol, it's even harder when we deal with sudden or unexpected crisis, because they are difficult to predict, and also because they influence social behavior and the way the emergency service are organized. Of course, the fighter will organize themselves differently if they are flood. We know that the flood is coming, or because we have an explosion. So next. So in order to really show you the difficulty of AI models to deal with these types of crises, I give here a very short presentation of what we did in terms of evaluation and the result that we had. So we had a French data set with different types of crises, and we split this data into 4 sets. One set when we have only expected crisis. One set where we have a building collapse that occurred in Marseille. So Marseille, I don't know if you know it, it's a famous city in France, southeast France, where a building collapse occurred 4 or 5 years ago. And we collected data from that. And why I put it here? Because Marseille is very known for rap music, for football, and for many other things. Which means that when we collected data using building collapse and the word Marseille, we also collected tweets related to football and related to rap music, a lot. Which makes the detection almost very challenging. This is why we put it apart. And then we had another subset where we put only sudden events together. And then we have another set where we have collapse with Marseille, the very bad example, where we see that data collection can be biased. And we have all the sudden crises all together. So next slide, please. So here are the evaluation protocol, where we train on expected and test on expected. We train on all but sudden and test on sudden and so on. So we did many evaluation to see the decrease in performance when we deal with sudden crisis. So next slide. So here are the results. We are not going into all the details, but we use a transformer, French transformer, which means Flaubert, that we fine-tune on crisis data. And then we do another model that also transformer, but in multitask version, where we train the model to detect relatedness and urgency at the same time. So here from the table, in terms of macro F score, what we can observe that you look into the F column, we can observe a decrease in performance of almost 20% from a situation where we deal only with expected crisis to a situation when we deal with sudden crisis, which means that it's very difficult for machine learning and AI model to deal with unseen event. Next slide, please. So now I'm going into some solutions that we proposed to deal with these issues. The first one was to fight class imbalance. So as I showed before, we have data that is for imbalance in terms of distribution, which makes the model naturally go into majority class, which is the irrelevant one. So next slide. So the first model that we proposed is super resolution learning for NLP. So super resolution learning is a very famous approach for in-image processing. And the idea in super resolution learning is in order to improve the classification in blurry images or images that are not clean, we mix during training high resolution image with low resolution image. And when we mix them up, we usually improve the detection in low resolution image. So this is the well-known strategy in image processing. So what we did here, we did an analogy with image processing, but this time with text. And we consider that tweets are low resource or low resolution message because they are not well written, a lot of typos, orthography, problem, punctuation, and so on. These are our low resolution input. And we mix this low resolution input with very high resolution input, which comes from Wikipedia. Why Wikipedia? Because Wikipedia is very well documented for crisis situation. For example, if you go for Hurricane Irma or Hurricane Sandy, you will have a very detailed explanation from the location, how many people died, how many people were injured, and so on. So we mixed up, we collected data during crisis from Wikipedia, and then we mixed Wikipedia data with tweets in order to improve the detection of urgency on tweets. This is the analogy that we did with image versus text. Next slide. So this was the way to increase or to do data augmentation, which means since we do not have enough data for our crisis, so we used Wikipedia to augment the data with good quality. And then we compared this method with different state-of-the-art data augmentation strategies. So for example, here you can see the original tweet, which is in the first line of this table. And then we use many other well-known data augmentation strategies in order to augment the data, which means that instead of having 5,000, we will have 10,000, but augmented with different methods. We used back translation, which is an approach that uses machine translation. So here we have the tweet in English, we translate it in French, and then we revert back to English. In this way, we change the wording, and we add the new data. We have also another strategy, which names synonym replacement, which we randomly pick some words in the message, and we replace it by its synonym. We have contextual augmentation. It is also another strategy that uses automatic completion in order to replace one word with another. And we use GPT 3.5 in order to, via prompting, generate new data. And here what we can see, what you can observe, and the last one is super resolution, is the data augmentation from Wikipedia. So we can see that the 3-4 state-of-the-art method, the messages are not completely good. There are some weird sentences, some construction that are not natural, okay. GPT-4 is quite good, 3.5 was quite good, although there are some variation. But the problem with GPT 3.5 is it can hallucinate. It can give you a number of data which is completely crazy and not accurate. So with super resolution, we come up with a solution which is not costly because Wikipedia is here and we are not using a super server to run GPT-3 or GPT-4. Okay. So next slide. Okay. So, and then here are the results that we saw how the data has been augmented from the original versus the new data. So next slide. And here are the results where we show in the last column the impact of data augmentation via super resolution on the result. So since I am only 5 minutes, so maybe I have to hurry. So next slide. And we did also the same experiment on English as well. And the results are also conclusive with super resolution. So next 2 slides now. Yes, and the other one. Yes. So the second one, the second strategy that we developed is instead of using only text, we experimented with multimodality, this time by combining text and time series. And time series has been collected using meteorological data from open data. So we collected meteorological data from US and from France and from New Zealand. And we combined this with text in order to improve urgency detection. And we proposed a new data set that combine multimodality with time series, both in French and in English. And we propose an algorithm to map temporal data with textual data. And then we did some multimodal experiment in order to show that multimodality help in improving the results. So next slide. Yeah, so I will not go here into the detail, but roughly we have 2 strategies to align meteorological data with text. Either in the text we explicitly have location name that help us to go into the meteorological station, the corresponding one, and collect data from that. So this is the direct way. Or we infer the location from the tweet. This is the strategy that we proposed here in order to map it to the nearest meteorological station. Next slide. Yeah, so here are the results that we had on out-of-event and out-of-type detection. And here we can see using multitask learning, using LLMs like Mistral, and using also a time LLM, which is a large language model version with time series. And here we can see an improvement, in particular in humanitarian categories, when we use multimodality. And these are the results for French data, and for the next slide, we have also the result for the English data as well. Next slide. Yes. And here we can see the result per crisis type. And we see an increase in performance for expected crisis, which is normal because we are using meteorological data. Okay. But also, we had also an increase in some of the sudden crises as well. Okay, next slide. So I prepared the third part, but I think it will be too long to go through it, so I'll leave it apart. And then we can go into the final slide and the conclusion in the end. Yes, yes, the conclusion. Yes, next slide. Yes. So to conclude, crisis situation is a very important issue to save life, and also very important application of artificial intelligence in real situations, where I show that there are a lot of difficulties to arrive at a very strong model that is generalizable enough and usable enough in real situations. All this has been done also in collaboration of people from linguistics, not only from computer science, because we need also to understand what language is about in order to better focus on what we want to do. And it is a true weak signal detection, and we have to deal with imbalanced classification in order to build robust models. And in the final slide, you can see the next slide, please. The whole team that is behind all this work, both from linguistics and from NLP, from computer science for NLP, but also for time series. That because we have here a project that we are working on that since now 7 years almost, in collaboration with the French civil security institutions. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Give applause. Okay, so now we are in the discussion session. So maybe for the first, I think we can start with 2 questions. You can raise your hand if you want to ask a question. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for your time. My name is Alfian. I come from Surabaya, ITS. So I want to ask about your research. Actually, it is very impressive because I'm researching NLP too, but I'm specific in post-tagging. So you have identified NLP application in crisis, and you have many tasks before, like you classify the fake news, and then you classify it related or not. And I have a question. Do you consider that there is a fake account? Because in Indonesian, in Twitter in Indonesian, there are many fake accounts, not about fake news, but also this account. So I think it is something have a pattern. If a user or account publish many fake news or maybe not related content, it should be not considered into our research like that. Maybe I think it's all of all my question.
Yeah, so actually we do not identify fake news or fake account. I only listed this as a way of using NLP for crisis situation. But we didn't go through that, which means that all the model that we have do not consider if an account is fake or a content is fake. It's complex enough to not add this layer, but I completely agree that we need to do that. Because in crisis situation, we cannot trust everything. Yeah, but actually right now, our work, we acknowledge that fake news are important, but we didn't incorporate it in our classifications. Yes.
Okay, I think it's enough for me. Thank
you.
you.
Yeah, because in Indonesia, there are a lot of bot in Twitter.
Not only in Indonesia, I think
okay.
it's everywhere.
Yes, that's the problem in Twitter. Okay, and the next question, yeah, please.
Okay, thank you for your time. My name is Lang Prasakti Gani. I come from Diponegoro University. I have a question in crisis situation. Should evaluation protocol prioritize prediction or adaptability?
Prioritize, sorry?
Prioritize prediction or
Precision.
adaptability? Prediction.
Prediction or precision?
Precision, sorry. Precision or adaptability?
Actually, it's both. Because you have to have models that are able to be very good in a given crisis, like very good in flood, very good in storm, very good in earthquake. So you have to evaluate that. But you have also a model to be adaptable, which means that even if your model is trained on earthquake and flood. If you have a new crisis, like for example, an accident or a flight that explodes in the middle of the street, the model will have to be able to detect that, even if it has never been seen in the train. This is the major difficulty. We have to, when we do the evaluation, we need to have both. Have precise prediction and ensure generalizability. So both are trade-off when we do the evaluation in this domain.
Okay, thank you for it.
Okay, we still have time. Any other question? Yeah, I think this topic is quite important in Indonesia too, because we have a lot of mountain, active mountain, and also earthquake. So since in your slide there is still very limited data in Indonesia, right? 0.05.
Yes.
Have you? I'm curious. Have you tried to do like a cross-lingual?
No, we
things?
didn't do cross-lingual, but only multilingual, which means that we have data in English, we did experiment in English, and we do the same in French, and we did the same in Arabic as well, but not cross-lingual.
What is your opinion if we do like a cross-lingual? So, for example, we train the data, we train a model in maybe in French or in English, and then we test to Indonesian data.
Why not? We are just increasing the difficulty, but why not?
Okay, it's just my curiosity. Any other question from participant? Maybe from online participant, if there is? No?
Thank you very much. My question is about data. Yeah. Data privacy is crucial, yeah. Especially when LP analyze conversation from social media or other. How can organization balance the need for rapid information with individual right to privacy during and after crisis?
I'm not sure.
Data privacy.
Data privacy in terms of, so right now when we do the experiments, we use Twitter before it has changed to X. Yeah. So when we trained our model, we pre-process our data to anonymize, to remove the user account, username, and so on, and also to not make the model biased toward that. But when we discuss with the civil security and firefighters, when we saw how they work, they mainly do not use Twitter. Why? Because most of the Twitter messages are posted by government, by public institutions, not by Lambda people. So they use Facebook. Okay? And when we use Facebook, they use user accounts. And by using user account, they can touch people easily. But we can't automatically because of the privacy. So we cannot scrap Facebook. We cannot go into private accounts. We are only using public accounts. Yeah. So there are limits in using social media as we are doing because we are anonymizing everything. It's good for the model, but then we need to give our prediction to the firefighter or civil security, and those need to know who are the users in order to better help them. So there are privacy issues, but at least in our level, all our models comply with privacy because we anonymize all the data prior to the training.
Okay. Yeah. You are using social media to collect up data. Maybe there are the resources data on the future beside social media. Besides social media, Can you correct
Other than
the other
social
term?
media. Actually, the social media
It's
is
only
the...
one it's only one resources for data.
Actually, beside text, again, when we talk about fighter, their main input is Instagram or TikTok, because people use videos. But this is the first entry, which means that videos are only there to alert. And then they go to social media to see what people comment on that, which means that social media are important in somehow. They come after, in real situation, because we went in, how to say, in real crisis situation, and we saw how fighter work and civil security work. Their first entry is TikTok and Instagram. And then they go to social media to have a complementary view of the situation. So I would say social media are very important, even if it's not at the first time part, but they are important to touch people.
Okay, thank you. So I think time is up. So let's give applause once again to Professor
Thank you.
Farah. So yeah, I will give the time to the MC. Thank you.
Alright, thank you Mr. Endang Wayu Pamungkas PhD. Next we welcome Miss Endah Sudarmilah PhD who will guide the second keynote session. Miss Endah, floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Before we start our session, and maybe I greeting to the Professor Anton, because Professor Anton is already online from Malaysia. Okay. Can we? Okay, Professor Anton. Good morning, sir. We can check maybe for the voice Professor Anton, boss.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Anton. Okay, good morning all, and the Honorable Professor Anton Satria Prabowo, that is our speaker, and also our distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Introduction that I'm Endah Sudarmilah, and it gives a great pleasure to be the moderator in International Conference of SIML in 2025. And before we have the speaker, maybe I introduce the keynote speaker, our keynote speaker. This is Professor Anton, that's currently a professor at University Technology Petronas in Malaysia. And formerly, he held a professorship also at King Abdul Aziz University in Saudi Arabia. And his research now is a focus on computer vision, robotic, and also for the industrial computing and also generative AI. For maybe several prestigious honor that's for Professor Anton, that's he is already including to the World Class Professor Award the Indonesian Ministry also. And maybe for this presentation, before the presentation begin, maybe I tell to the participant that our speaker will have present the material in 30 minutes. And maybe we have 15 minutes for the question and answer after that. Maybe without further ado, now we allow me to welcome Professor Anton Satria Prabowono to present the material. This about the halal transparent traceability system with autonomous Internet of Things support. Please, Professor Anton, that's time for you.
All right. Thank you very much for Dr. Enda as a moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. Am I audible? Can you hear my voice? Is it clear?
Yes, clearly, Professor.
All right. All right. So, first of all, I would like to thank you to invite Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Indonesia. So let me share my slide. So is it visible, my slide?
Sure.
All right. Okay, so my name is Anton Satria Prabowo. Yeah, I'm originally from Indonesia, Central Java. And I'm with the Department of Computing, Faculty of Science, Management and Computing, University Technology, Petronas, Malaysia. So today, in this important event, International Conference on Smart Computing, IoT, and Machine Learning 2025, organized by Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Indonesia. So I'm going to deliver a presentation, a talk entitled Halal Transparent Traceability System with Autonomous Internet of Things Support. So I'm with the Center for Cyber Physical Systems, University Technology, Petronas. And we have some members, like Dr. Nur Shakira Abdulaziz, as the co-leader of this project. Right, so actually I'm in Indonesia right now in Department of Computer Engineering as a visiting professor in Diponegoro University, Semarang. So quite close actually to Surakarta. But since we have a schedule here already, and some other schedule today, and then I need to finish some work first here. So then, I'm sorry, I just deliver this lecture or this talk, in online mode. All right. So, this is the information of our project actually, the Halal Transparent Traceability System, with autonomous IoT support. So it is considered of the level 6 for the technical readiness levels. So this one, and then I'm a team leader for this project, and with the members of
delay or
yes.
This is the second.
And then the
and it will take around 30 minutes. Then after that will be your turn. Okay. Thank you. You already prepared, right?
So, the members of the project, Dr. Shakira, Dr. Khaironi, Dr. Kamaluddin, and Dr. Nurin Talpur. All right, so these are the background actually why we choose this kind of the research, and then actually as we know that the blockchain global trend, with the potential of the business, we can see it generates about USD. It can generate about this kind of number, the huge value, about the 175 billion USD in 2025, and even will excess of about 3 trillion USD by 2030, and this contribute to global gross domestic product, about 1.76 trillion, right? And then, of course, since it is an emerging technology, and then it will add to up to 40 million new jobs, to the global markets, especially for the workforce, or for the jobs market. All right, and then the funding also, it creates about 4.1 billion for blockchain startup, and then this data taken in 2018, and of course, for sure it will raise until today. All right, so the challenge of this project, actually, why this is very important or interesting project, because of actually we as a stakeholder, or let's say the customer, consumer, we don't know the confirmation of the halal, and then how to tackle this problem. So we have to provide the things that the system, that can be trusted, in order to provide the information, all the details about the halal process, not only in in terms of end product, but also at the beginning of the process, right? So in this case, we cover the supply chain, processes, for the whole process of the industry, from the plant, the source, the production itself, the delivery, and even the return. So then it will confirm that this kind of supply chain, will fulfill the requirement of halal product, right? So these are some the challenge, in the halal market, like cross contamination. So then we don't know, we are not sure whether there is a cross contamination happening, in this kind of process or not. And then also some practice in fraudulence, and then the lack tamper proof of data, especially during the product handling, and then the complexity in order to get the halal certification, and to confirm that this product is halal. It is quite challenging as well. And then the halal ingredient sourcing, as well as the substitution, and the limited stakeholder to access. This is the very important one. The limited access to the stakeholders in order to see the reliable halal verification. All right, so halal certification and compliance. So actually, this is very interesting, and now becoming emerging research. Like this one in Saudi Arabia. We see the news. The Saudi Food and Drug Authority implemented chain technology to track the food, and beverage as well, from the source to the point of sale. Means that from the beginning of the material, the raw materials, and the process, and the process of making this food or beverage, up to the packaging and the delivery distribution to point of sales. And this is very important, to make sure that all the process are fulfill the requirement of the halal product. And then blockchain technology actually one solution, in order to secure or to rescue this kind of we can say the information of the process, from the beginning of the process up to the point of sale. And then why we choose the blockchain in this case? Because of the lack of the reliability and transparent system, actually, like now, especially for the food fraud across the supply chain. This is the high risk, in order to compete with the and to to penetrate the market, especially for the Muslim countries like Middle East. Yeah, we have actually provide the solution, and assist the Philippine what's it the market, I mean the products, in order to penetrate to Middle East. So then we have a case actually here. Then we develop the tools, in order to help them, to penetrate the product to the halal markets, right? And then provide an accessibility platform for the stakeholder. This is also very important, in order to verify the halal status, actually, and to trace the product, to confirm that this process is actually fulfilling the halal requirement. Right? And then the digital solution, because of the absence of digital solution, so quite becoming the obstacle, or distraction the process, because of it is very difficult to find immediately information or online information about the related products, in order to confirm the halal product, right? And integrating the QR code scanning, to monitor and verify the integrity, and the ingredient of the product. And then the last one is ensure the compliance with the halal certification, of course. And then to provide real-time tracking for the key halal parameters. Right, so these are another reason why we choose the blockchain. Yes, because of this kind of blockchain also implemented in the other industries, like the aircraft parts, and then was it the poultry industry, so quite interesting, So that's why we try also this one in terms of the agriculture, So these are our project, halal application transparent system, for the Philippine cacao product, So let me show you the video, for this process.
The Philippines is renowned for its premium cacao beans, valued globally for their rich quality. With rising demand for halal certified products, the Philippine cacao industry has a unique chance to reach new markets. Halal certification assures consumers that these products meet Islamic dietary standards, emphasizing quality and integrity. Yet, tracing halal compliance from farm to final product presents challenges. Each step requires verification, but existing systems lack real-time monitoring, tamper-proof data on product handling and certification, dependency on manual audits, and paperwork that increase the risk of errors and non-compliance, and limited stakeholders to access to the reliable halal verification that led to fuels the doubt of halal certification. As a result, producers struggle to prove compliance, limiting market access. Certifiers face difficulty ensuring authenticity, and consumers are left uncertain, impacting trust in Philippine cacao products. A streamlined, reliable solution is urgently needed. Introducing HATTS, the Halal Transparent Traceability System. HATS begins on the farm, where IoT sensors monitor growing conditions. This data, securely stored on a blockchain, tracks each batch's journey through drying, fermenting, and roasting. Manufacturers can access the entire history, verifying halal integrity for certification. And consumers, by scanning a QR code, can trace the product's journey, building trust in the halal claim. Introducing the HATS app, your gateway to the journey of every cacao bean that forms that delicious chocolate bar with a simple scan of the QR code on the packaging. Whether you're a conscientious consumer seeking assurance, an internal auditor ensuring quality, or an external certifying agency maintaining standards, one of the primary benefits of halal blockchain is transparency. Every step in the production distribution process is documented on an unchangeable blockchain to all stakeholders. HATS offers powerful benefits. Producers gain access to new markets, certifiers streamline their processes, and consumers receive products they trust. By implementing HATS, the Philippines strengthens its position on the global stage, showcasing its commitment to halal quality and transparency. HATS is more than technology. It's a transformative step globally for its halal integrity, driving growth and fostering consumer confidence.
All right, so that is the video, that demonstrate our prototype, HATS 2, halal application transparency system. So actually, what are the major features of this system? The first one is integration of IoT with blockchain, to reduce the human intervention for data entry. So then we can easily, minimize the intervention of the human, then make it automatically, collecting the data and transfer to the other step. So the IoT system or ecosystem proposed to merge, to be merged with the blockchain, and as well as considering the input, or the data collected by the sensor. Then in this case, we use like a weighing machines, temperature sensor, as well as some other IoT devices. And then the second one, the second features, major features is intelligent reporting features, for supporting the company decision making policy. So then when we get from the processes, we have to decide which one, related to the strategy, the marketing, the cost, the finance, and so on, including to provide the information to the stakeholder. So then it will give a better understanding, in terms of the reporting system, like the periodic sales, profit and loss, even the temperature and weather condition, and then for the local market as well as for the regional or the world market. All right, and then the third one, in terms of the features, the major features, is the availability of chocolate manufacturing data, to the public. Means that the public, the sector, stakeholder or customer, can access through the QR codes, stamps on the back side of the packaging, usually. So then it will be easier for them to verify and confirm that the product that they buy actually fulfill the requirement of the halal product. So that is very important. So then the customer or the consumer can verify, can see even the certificate, from the process itself, from the beginning, from the raw material up to the production and packaging, as well as the delivery, and reach the sales point of sales. So it will confirm that all the processes are fulfill the requirement of the halal, and then will provide the certificate as well. So these are the exclusive features of HAT, that we develop here. The first one is scalable and concurrent decentralized systems. We utilize or we use the blockchain, decentralized architecture, to store the records and the supply chain data. Then with this kind of system, it will, ensure the transparency, also the reliability of the data. Yeah, and then the other features is IoT integration, yeah, for automated data collection. So since we deploy the sensors, yeah, for use by using the IoT system, so then even it is in a remote location, so we can collect the data and transfer to the data, or we can say the data center, right? So, or the control room system. So then we can see and analyze all the things, if even the condition, yeah, the process, yeah, from the sensor that we deploy on the field. Yeah. And then the third, like, as an automated and transparent execution. So with the immutable smart contract records, it will ensure the transparency, and it can help to resolve if there is any dispute, yeah, related to the discrepancy or the fraud of the data. Then the fourth one is actionable business insight, yeah, by using the data analytic. Yeah. So when we collect all the data, then we can perform any data analytics, yeah, based on the excellent one. The people will trust for every step, yeah, the process and the supply chain. So from the raw material, number one, second one from the production, yeah, the third one from this one, packaging process, yeah. Yeah, raw material, production, packaging, and then even in the warehouse or logistic, yeah. So then after finish the product, yeah, and then save or store the product on the inside the warehouse or logistic storage, yeah, and then even the transportation as well. Yeah, so then we can provide the information, yeah, yeah, in order to make sure that the transportation is well distributed, yeah, or well implemented, and without any disturbance or distraction. And then at the end of the process, yeah, to the customer, yeah. I mean, from the transportation, they distribute, yeah, from the warehouse, yeah, by using the transportation, distribute to the point of sales, yeah, or the warehouse, yeah, in the certain location, yeah, yeah, from the manufacturing side, yeah, to the market, right? So Hatch, yeah, integrates chain, IoT, and QR code technologies, yeah, to provide seamless and real-time, yeah, reliability, real-time traceability solution. Yeah, so this Hatch solution actually provide the useful system, yeah, in order to confirm and verify that all the processes are made, they are fulfill the halal requirement. And yeah, the first version released on June 2023, yeah, the version 2, then we developed this one with the integration of between the blockchain and IoT, yeah, and then also we provide the capacity building program, yeah, in order to empowering the talent, yeah, the local talent, and as well as the important thing, the knowledge transfer, yeah. So because of we involve many stakeholders, yeah, almost all the stakeholders, including the farmer itself, yeah, so because of they providing these raw materials, and they involving a lot, yeah, in the harnessing of this cacao from the plantation. All right, so these are the project outcomes. Yeah. So then we have done the first phase actually. Yeah. So then we, yeah, resulted this partnership. Yeah. So with the triple helix collaboration. Yeah. Between the university, the government, the industry, and of course the community. Yeah, and then the intellectual property also. Yeah, so we patented the certain part, yeah, in this case as a blockchain-based novel framework. Yeah, then we get the intellectual property from this technology development. And the publication and the people, yeah, for the capacity building policies, yeah. So in terms of the data governance, yeah. So the policy of the halal blockchain cacao in Philippines, yeah, and then also the product, yeah, the prototype of the system. Yeah, so these are the phase, yeah, the first phase and the second phase, and expected to finish by end of 2026, yeah, for the second phase. All right. And this is the framework, yeah, or the system model of our head system, yeah. So from the input, yeah, raw cacao production unit, processing unit, QA, quality assurance unit, project management unit, yeah. So it covers, yeah, in
Excuse me,
the
Prof.
input part,
Once
yeah,
maybe
and then the
time.
output,
Excuse me,
yes,
bro. Maybe the time is 1 minute again.
yes.
Yeah.
All right, okay. So I just finished this one, the framework, because this is very important part, yeah. This is actually our the proposed model, then already validated, yeah, by developing the prototype and also demonstrate in the real-time application, right? And then the output part covers the personnel, halal certification auditors, distributor, retailers, and consumer, right? So then it consists of the front end, yeah, a middleware and back end, right? So front end means that we'll provide the GUI and the user will interact with the front end part. Yeah, back end, of course, the data center, the storage, and so on. All right, and then, yeah, this is the action. Yeah, so I'm going to demonstrate this part. Yeah, user scan QR code, scan the QR code of the packaging on back side. So then will appear this information. Yeah, this one. So including if you are going to see the halal product certificate, so just click the certificate, then it will be enlarged. Enlarge is the information. So then we can easily to read this kind of certificate, and then we confirm with the authority that released this kind of certificate. Right, so and then the next one is data entry process. Yeah. So as you can see here, yeah, this is about the raw material data entry actually. So then we enter one by one, yeah, before we continue with the next one. Yeah. So each one, it's product. Yeah, of course, in this case we can confirm. Yeah, because we put all the necessary information, yeah, including the harvest date, yeah, the fermentation, the drying date, yeah, yeah. So then the height and so on, right? And the picture, even the picture, yeah, from the plant, yeah, right. And then the next one, data entry for the product registration. Yeah, so then we can see here. So we enter the information about the product, the batch number, the manufacturing date, yeah, the expired date, and the FDA lot number, yeah, if any, yeah, and also halal certificate number, yeah. Then ingredient. So then all the information needed, we enter this information to the system. Yeah, then to make sure then that this kind of information can be accessed by the user at the end. Right, so in the picture as well. And then the next part, yeah, this one. Okay, so then we propose the second one actually, but we are not going to explain it since the time is very limited. Yeah, then for alleviating non-conformance in halal poultry, yeah, slaughter management, it is very very interesting research actually. Yeah. So then also we can put the hypothesis requirement of the halal. All right. So all the presentation, yeah, to the presentation. Time to, the floor to the moderator. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is very comprehensive presentation, Prof. Satya Prabowo. And I think it is a quite interesting for us because now maybe the last time we have also about what is the viral about the halal food in Solo. I think that's maybe have a related interesting how to discuss about it. And for the discussion, maybe ladies and gentlemen, we open the question answer, and maybe from the on-site participant, maybe they have any question for Professor Anton. You can raise hand, or for the online, maybe you can raise hand also from Zoom platform, and also from the YouTube, you can take the note or maybe for the question.
I think there is a
question?
question from the audience. You
Okay.
can check the chat box here.
Okay, I will check from the Zoom chat box. Okay. Oh, this is any have a question. This from Mas Roni Setiawan. This from the chat room, Prof. This is about the material about halal transparent traceability system. I think this is not. Okay.
The second one, the
Okay.
last one.
Okay, this from Jihan. Thank you, Prof. Anton, and for the presentation. And you may know what is the most recent viral news about the famous fried chicken in Solo. Doesn't have halal certification. I think that's quite interesting because it was fried with the lard. Does your research also identify about the complementary ingredient apart from the main ingredient? Okay, maybe this directly you want to answer about this.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. So very good question. Yeah. So actually the second one, we proposed this one for poultry industry. Yeah. So of course, then we will identify all the things from the beginning, yeah, even from the farm, yeah, until the end of the product. Yeah, we can say whether it is a fresh meat, yeah, or maybe like the we can say the food, yeah, becoming the food, yeah, only the fresh meat, but also the food, yeah, the consumable food, yeah, like this one, the fried chicken case in Solo, yeah, because of I think the problem is about the transparent information, yeah. So traceability and transparent information as well. So then with this system, actually we are going to prevent also the things like this happening in the next time. In the future, yeah. So then, yeah, sure, we can apply this technology, this system, yeah, to prevent this thing happen in the future. Because we collect all the information, the details information one by one, even the date, yeah, the time, yeah, when we get the material, yeah, or raw material, then process to the slaughtering, yeah, and the cutting, and even the production process. So then we monitor one by one, and we deploy the IoT system, yeah, into the field, yeah, for the process. And then some parts we need to enter the data, Yeah, means manually entering the data, and some other part we can collect automatically, yeah, by using the sensor deployed in the field, right? So then we can take this one, combine both, then will be the robust information that we can provide to the stakeholder, including the consumer. So then we can protect the, I mean, of course, especially the Muslim community, in order to prevent this case happening in the future. So very good question. Thank you very much.
Maybe I'm more eager before to know about what about the implementation of IoT in here, Prof. So it will be used in production field and also maybe restaurant or something like that.
Yeah. So then from the beginning, from the raw material, so we put on the slaughtering process, the IoT. Yeah, so we put the IoT, deploy the sensor, yeah, from on the IoT, I mean, on the field, yeah, maybe the that one automatic data collection. Yeah, so then we can monitor, even we can put the sensor and also even camera, yeah, vision. So then we can see the process, whether the process meet the requirement, halal requirement or not. That is the one, yeah. And then the second one, the ingredient we need to fulfill to enter the data actually manually, because of we need the information, yeah, from the chef, yeah, when they process this kind of food, yeah, or this kind of raw material to be the consumable food. Yeah, so then we combine both technique, manual and automatic. That is the process that we can provide actually.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
because of the ingredient, we cannot collect the data automatically in the ingredient of the food. Yeah. So then the one solution, we can just ask the chef, yeah, how to cook these things, and then provide the ingredient of the food, yeah, one by one. So then we enter this data, yeah, to the system. So then, yeah, depends on the honesty of the people also. Yeah, if they say, okay, I use all these materials or all these ingredients meet the halal requirement, but basically no, then it will be problem as well. But yeah, we hope that the people who work in this kind of business, they will provide the data honestly, right?
Thank you, Prof. Anton. There is any question from this room for the offline room? Oh, okay. Come, Prof. Let's have a question from Professor Budi Murtiasa.
Okay, thank you very much. Terima kasih Pak Anton. The first question, how does this system address the current challenge in halal market, especially regarding logistic and transparency? Yeah. The second one is, have there been any case studies or pilot project conducted or proposed this system? And the last one, maybe how can the system adapt the different halal regulation in various countries? Okay, itu.
Okay, Prof. Anton. You can directly
All right.
answer this.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, interesting question. All right, so then the first one, the supply chain, yeah, in terms of supply chain, we combine, actually in supply chain, we deploy the sensor, yeah, in this case, the cacao. Yeah, so from the farm, yeah, from the farmer side, yeah, we put the sensor, yeah, IoT, yeah, by using the IoT, yeah, sensor the temperature sensor, for example, and the weighting, yeah, so this kind of technology can collect the data automatically. Yeah, so then even monitoring the process during the harvesting, yeah, I mean this kind of plantation. Yeah, so then we put the sensor one by one for every step. But then in some part, yeah, we collect, especially in the production, we collect the data manually. So means that some people, operators, they will key in the data to the system, yeah, into the system. So then we combine automated system with the manual system. Yeah, because of in the certain case we cannot collect the data automatically by using the sensors. So that is the process in the WhatsApp supply chain. And then the second one, the case, yeah. We actually, I have shown the case, yeah, this one in cacao product in Philippines. Yeah, we help the Philippine farmer, yeah, especially the production, cacao production or chocolate production, in order to penetrate their product into the Middle East market. Yeah, so previously, yeah, the Middle East market, they refuse the product from Philippines because of the lack of transparency and you can traceability of the product from the Philippines. As we know, maybe based on their knowledge, yeah.
Okay, thank.
Philippine, so that is so we have the case. Yeah. So then we have implemented this one. So then we have successfully implemented, done the first stage, the first phase. That's why we go for the second phase for this project, right? So then now we are ongoing in the second stage or the second phase, and we'll finish by end of 2026. Right, thank you.
Okay, I think we still have another question, but we have limited time. So that's enough for this presentation. And thank you for Professor Anton Satria Prabowono for your presentation. And after that, we can maybe, if there is any question for Professor Anton, we can give the feedback or maybe address to the email directly to Professor Anton Satrian Prabowono. And I give back this session to the Master of Ceremony. And close, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Mrs. Enda and Mr. Anton. We're continuing to our third session, who will guide by Mr. Dedi Gunawan, PhD. To Mr. Dedi Gunawan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time. Ladies and gentlemen, the attendants of the SIML conference. Now we move to the third keynote speaker that will be carried out by Professor Wei Chen from National Donghua University. For your information, usually Taiwanese has two names, right? Taiwanese name and English name. Professor Wei Chen has English name Martin, so yeah, I usually call him Professor Martin. And today, Professor Martin will give talk about the future of data privacy using federated learning driven in 5G network IoT. So Professor Martin, you ready for the talk?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
So yeah, before you give your presentation or your talk, I will get some information that you will be given around 30 minutes for giving speech and then 15 minutes for Q&A. So if you have, if you have any maybe less time or you have the proper time, then I think we can stick on that time. So the next keynote will not be too much late. I think that's all. Thank you, Prof. Martin, and the time is yours to give your talk.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone. My name is Wei Zhen, and today's the topic is the future of data privacy, federated learning, driven 5G IoT, and I'm from Department of Computer Science and Information Engineering at National Donghua University in Taiwan, and this is our campus. And this is my personal file, and my research interests include the federated learning, beyond 5G mobile networks, AIoT, fog computing, and the cloud computing. And this is the QR code, my website. If you're interested, you can scan this QR code. And this is NDHU in east of Taiwan. Yeah, and we have a beautiful campus, so welcome to visit NDHU. And this, sorry. Okay, this is the speech outline. First, I will introduce the next generation of the mobile networks and the IoT, and then introduce the federated learning. Why do we need to use federated learning, and some core issue of federated learning? And then I will introduce some challenges for federated learning. And then I will introduce some topics for my research. Okay, so before I introduce federated learning, let's watch a video proposed by NVIDIA. It's about AI.
I am a visionary. Illuminating galaxies to witness the birth of stars. Sharpening our understanding of extreme weather events. I am a helper, guiding the blind through a crowded world.
I was thinking about running to the store.
And giving voice to those who cannot speak.
Do not make me laugh.
I am a transformer, harnessing gravity to store renewable power. And paving the way towards unlimited clean energy for us all. I am a trainer, teaching robots to assist, to watch out for.
Sorry.
And paving the way towards a transformer to store renewable power. And paving the way towards unlimited clean energy for us all. I am a trainer, teaching robots to assist, to watch out for danger. And help save lives. I am a healer, providing a new generation of cures and new levels of patient care. Sure that I am allergic to penicillin. Is it still okay to take the medications? Definitely. These antibiotics don't contain penicillin, so it's perfectly safe for you to take them. I am a navigator, generating virtual scenarios to let us safely explore the real world and understand every decision. I even help write the script. Breathe life into the words. Muchos idiomas. Y escribí la música. AI, brought to life by NVIDIA, deep learning, and brilliant minds everywhere.
Okay, and so as you see later, okay, as you see later, there are a lot of AI application, and if we want to develop an AI model, we need to have a lot of data for training. So, thanks. Okay. So for IoT architecture, for a traditional IoT architecture, includes perception layer, network layer, and the application layer. And now, because AI development, so we need to add one more layer called the data processing layer to process the data. And not only for the so for each layer, there are a lot of technology to support AI development. For example, the mobile networks, for beyond 5G, some topic talk about this, integrate sensing and communication. For a traditional mobile network, we just send the data through base station. But now, what is the integrated sensing and the communication? It means the base station also can sense have a sensing function. We can use the millimeter wave to detect the object. So in the future, maybe for traditional mobile network just send the communication data, but in the future maybe will include the sensing data. Okay, so this is for network layer and the mobile network development. And as you said, a lot of technology support AI, and the big data market grows year by year. It's growing year by year. But now we find the problem. If we want to develop an AI model, there are two personas. First is data owner. Second is the AI developer. And for data owner, they want to monetize existing data assets and participate in AI value chain and control over data. So for data owner, they don't want to share data. But for AI developer, they want to access to large diverse data set. They want to access more data and variate AI model on a variety of data. Okay, and they want to protect AI model in intellectual property. So the data owner don't want to provide data, but the AI developer want data. So this is now the problem now. And there are some pain points for the data owner and the AI developer. For example, the lack of AI for the data owner, they lack of AI expertise and some re-identified risk. For AI developer, have the data control not shared and the generalizable models. So there are a lot of problems between data owner and the AI developers. And there are a lot of data privacy laws announced now, and more data privacy laws. So for this, if we want to train a good AI model, but we also we want to the data how to do that. So the Google proposed the new training architecture called federated learning. Okay, so what is the federated learning compared with the traditional learning? Traditional learning is as you see you can see the left figure. This is the data owner. They will put their data to the server. So and server will train the model. This is centralized learning. But for federated learning, the data owner have their raw data, and the server just need to deploy the model to data owner, and data owner train AI model by their own data, and then send the parameters, AI parameters to the server. Just send the AI, just send the parameters, not send the raw data. And AI server will aggregate this parameter. So repeat this step, we can train a global model, and we don't need to access the local data. Okay, so this is the framework for federated learning. A lot of application with the privacy problem, we can use federated learning to get the global model. Okay, so federated learning can help the data owner retain the full control over data, minimize the risk of the data branches, monetize the data, and AI can help AI developer access to the diverse data set, protect intellectual property. Okay, but maybe you have some problem. What is the difference for the federated learning and the distributed machine learning? It's different. For nodes, for data, distributed machine learning also need to share all data. So the data owner cannot retain their data. And for a learning process, the data owner can decide when and or how to join the learning, but the distributed machine learning is central node always take control. Okay, so it's totally different. So for the federated learning, there are a lot of architecture. First is the horizontal federated learning. What is the horizontal federated learning? It means there are same features but different samples. What does that means? For example, if we want to detect the COVID-19, the COVID-19 is the feature. And maybe the sample is a young man, older man, or other people. So this is the same features but different samples. And for this is the well-known application. The Google use federated learning to predict the next word for this virtual keyboards. For example, I click A, maybe they will the keyboard will recommend America, but you click A, maybe it recommend Apple. It's the application for federated learning. And what is the vertical federated learning? It's the same samples, but different features. Okay, so for example, you can integrate the marketplace, hospital, consumer habits, and the travel patterns to estimate the insurance recommendation. This means the sample are the same, but the feature are different. And next one is the transfer learning. Transfer learning means that the few features, the few overlapping features and the samples. For example, for this is interesting research. Let's talk about the wearable IoT. The data collected through wearable IoT device is used as input data. And for instance, if an older person's the steps are too short, it could be an indication of some diseases. So they detect the step for the people. And but everyone's steps are different. So this part are frozen, and they just change the fully connected layer because it's a personal feature. Okay, this is for the transfer learning. It's similar to federated transfer learning is similar to transfer learning or some other research about personalized federated learning. The same they have the same goals. And so this is the so we compare the overlap of features and overlap of sample ID. If there are large overlap of features, but less overlap, but a small overlap of sample ID, you can use transfer federated. You can use horizontal federated learning. Otherwise, you can use vertical federated learning. But if you have a small overlap of features and the sample ID, you can use transfer learning. But if not, if you have enough data, you don't need to use federated learning. And actually, for the federated learning, there are other architecture. It's called the decentralized federated learning. It means for a traditional federated learning, there's a server and a lot of client. But for the centralized federated learning, there are a lot of server to aggregate the model parameters. So the application is for UAV because UAV will dynamic fly. So how to select the class head for aggregate the data is a important problem. It's called so for the decentralized federated learning. The main goal is to find how to find the class head and how to aggregate the model's parameter. And this research is very interesting. They propose how to select the class head. They just calculate the hub because the transmission distance is limited. So this means one hub communicator. This is two hub communicator. They just calculate the K hubs communication and find the class head. Choose the class head. Okay, so for federated learning, actually we need to consider the trade-off problem for accuracy efficiency and privacy and security. And why is the efficiency? As I say later, this is the federated learning architecture of federated learning. Server will put the model to client. Client train client will train model and upload the parameters. So when client upload the parameters, it will spend some communication cost. So how to reduce the communication cost is efficiency problem. So there are a lot of methods, for example, the distributed optimization, comparison, quantification. And what is the privacy problem? The privacy problem is that although we will not send the raw data to the server, but actually you can use some distribution or gradient to predict the raw data. So this is a privacy problem. So maybe you can use a differential privacy problem method to solve this problem. Okay, and like this, this slide introduce how for a privacy problem, maybe you can use a differential privacy DP to solve a privacy problem, or use gradient specification to solve this, or fully connected layer for the serverless. Why is the fully connected layer for serverless? Because after fully connected layer, we will get the distribution. We can predict the raw data by this distribution. So we can, the method is maybe we can add more AI model or some layers to solve this problem. Okay, the other problem is non-ID problem for identical and independently distributed problem. So, and the third problem is the asynchronous federated learning. It means the computation time for each device are different. So maybe this client use the NVIDIA GPU, this client use just CPU, and this client use Raspberry Pi. So if we want to aggregate the model, if we want to aggregate the model, we need to wait the Raspberry Pi finish their training. So it's asynchronic federated learning, and there are a lot of methods to solve this problem. For example, a node selection, weighted aggregation, gradient comparison, cluster FLO, and model splitting. Okay, so I quickly introduce my research. We use the federated learning for hangover prediction. Because for beyond 5G, we'll use a millimeter wave we'll use a millimeter wave, but the feature for the millimeter wave is that the coverage will narrow than 4G. So the hangover is a big problem because the ping pong effect will happen. So we want to use federated learning to predict the signal. And after we predict signal, we can have a good hangover policy. So, but why do we need to use federated learning? Because if we want to predict location and signal, and this is personalized data, it will not share to everyone. So, well, that's the reasons we choose the federated learning to do this project. And we use this equipment to, this is for the base station, and this is for client. Okay, when we use the USRP B210 to for signal process, and we can receive the real signal. And this is the hangover parameter, include the time trigger, ISRP, receive signal reference power, and hangover margin. Okay, so for our research, we yeah, this is architecture for our research, and we use BILSTM to do that. So for each, this is for a client. Each client have this model, and we also integrate the technology called multi-task. It means we predict the location and the ISRP and the near ISRP. These three input data. We predict these three input data. So what is the multitask means? It means these three input data have the same features. So we just use one model because like this, some neural have, because these three input data have the same features, part of the same features. So maybe these neurons have we can first these neurons parameters and just adjust part of neurons parameter. So we also integrate the multitask concept to do this, and predict the ISRP result and very close to the real ISRP. And we also tested the LSTM, the BILSTM, and BILSTM have a good performance. So we tested sorry, this is wrong. It's wrong. It's a ping pong effect. For original ping pong effect is red bar, and when we design a dynamic hangover method, so the ping pong effect will be reduced. Okay, and the next one is this is personalized federated learning, and this research already published in IEEE IoT, and this method is to solve the problem. We call it personalized federated learning because a lot of, as I said later, this is the architecture for the federated learning, and although we have the global model, but the global model it's maybe not suitable for all clients. So we propose the personalized federated. It means personalized means we adjust the global model and let the global model suitable for local data.
Prof. Martin,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. Your time is 5 minutes more, then it will continue to Q&A.
Okay.
5
I
more minutes.
quickly introduce this part.
Okay, thank you.
So, so most important for this mechanism, it have two. There are two mechanisms for personalized federated learning. First is we can exchange the models for the process for the. Sorry, this maybe this architecture is a little bit complexity. So I just display this. We need to classify clients. For example, there are a lot of clients, and if we can classify clients by using the distribution. For example, if these two clients have are same group, it means the raw data distribution may be similar. So first, we need to classify it, and the second, we need to exchange the model. For example, there are two groups, and we exchange these models. It means we can we can learn different features for different group. So the most important is that we find a method to for the exchange time. So we use the SMA, EMA, WMA, and the CMA to find the exchange time. As you see that, this is a loss function. We found that if the exchange time, if we how to say that, the loss convergence when the if we exchange the model at this time, the result is very bad because the model hasn't get the features. So the good exchange time is when the model convergence. So we test this 4 method, and finally we find the WMA is the best method to find the exchange time. And okay, and we also test a different personalized federated learning result, and our method have a good performance, close to 90%. And we test the CIFAR-10 MNIST and the FE MNIST data set. We also get we get the best result compared with current research. Yeah, and this is for personalized federated learning, and we use this algorithm. We use this AI model. To this is for we use this AI model to predict the to detect the high rate and the low rate DDoS attack and the students performance prediction. So use this AI model. Okay, so for the time limitation, maybe it's now Q&A time, or can I introduce other slide?
Okay, maybe 2 more minutes for Martin to give some introduction in your research.
Okay, maybe I introduce our research about asynchronous federated learning. What's this problem? Because as I said that the client, this is the computation time for the client, maybe GPU, so very quickly, and maybe this is this is a Raspberry Pi. So we need to wait all client train data, and then we can aggregate. This is okay. And the other scenario is that after we train the model, for example, the client 1 train the model, we aggregate. Then we aggregate. So if we use this method, you will find the problem. For example, for the client 2, they just aggregate the 1 times, but for client 1, maybe they aggregate 2 times. So the weight is will affected by client 1. So how to solve this problem? We also propose the 2-layer classify method. First classify is to group the speed, the computation speed. The second classify is to group the distribution for client. It's similar to the personalized federated learning. So we use these 2 classification result to select the client to join the aggregation get, and the result is better than traditional cyclic federated learning. And as you see that the origin line is our method. Okay. And so for federated learning, if you want to federated learning, so if you want to use federated learning, your data need to have some privacy problem. Otherwise, you don't need to use federated learning, because compared with the federated learning and the traditional machine learning, the performance for the traditional machine learning will better than federated learning. Yeah, and there are a lot of technology to support federated. For example, now for the transmission, you can use the 5G, Wi-Fi, or other method to transfer data. Yeah.
For Professor Martin for your talk. And now we still have 10 minutes for Q&A and also discussion. So for the attendants, if you have any concern or discussion related to this research, please you can ask. And yeah, okay, I will check in the comment section in Zoom. Okay, Prof. Martin, I will read the question. Yeah, for the presentation, we know that one of the challenges of using wireless communication is that it is heavily relies on the quality of the wireless connection. Suppose that a client device doesn't have a good network connection, and how does the system address the missing data sent by this device? Does such a case affect the global model prediction?
Okay, thank you for these good questions. Actually, I have one master student topic for my master student research about this. This is a decentralized. We focus on the decentralized scenario. So, for example, there are two groups, and we consider the mobility problem. The mobility means that if the wireless the signal is not good, or you move out to this area, you cannot join the aggregator, and we just remove. We don't need to use attend, because for a traditional federated learning, the proposed by proposed by Google, they have a mechanism. Suppose there are 100 clients, and actually, if we want to train a global model, we don't need to use 100 clients. We just use 80% or 70% client. We will get the best global model. So the solution, I think, for this question is to you can consider the mobility problem. If the mobility rate is very high, maybe you don't need to use these nodes. But you also need to consider the other problem is the distribution. That means the non-ID problem. Non-ID problem. If you need to consider mobility and the non-ID problem at the same time. Yeah, hope it answer your question.
Okay. Okay, that's a good answer, I think. So, yeah, we can consider either to drop the node or other solution for considering whether this node should be included in the learning, right, Prof. Martin? Okay, so is there any question for another attendants or participants? Okay, we still have 5 more minutes, Prof. Martin. Okay, I just wonder if in federated learning, security and privacy is the main concern, right? Because we involve a lot of nodes with different settings, with different, let's say, architecture, and so on and so forth. Yeah, and also if we want to do learning in federated learning, then we need some cryptographic or encryption strategy, right, Prof. Martin? And of course, that will take some computation costs for performing the encryption and decryption. How do you think about that? Because different devices, different speed, and different mechanism could result in the performance of the computation.
Yeah, thank you for the good questions. So for this question, we also tested it. This is for architecture for our the ISRP prediction. We predict this data, and we try to replace. This is for Raspberry Pi, and we also use the notebooks or other device to test it. And the wireless part is for Wi-Fi to connect to the server. So actually, the federated learning support different device. Just you can deploy the model to the client. It's okay. And for the privacy problem, it's yeah. You maybe you can use this method to get more enhance the privacy, enhance your privacy, because as I said that you can use if we how to say it, if we send the parameter to server, we can we can use this parameter to predict the raw data, or we can use a gradient result to predict the raw data. So actually, federated also have the security problem, but it's better better than traditional machine learning. Yeah. So if you are interested how to deploy the federated learning, actually I have some how to say that, I can help you to deploy it, because I try to use Ubuntu, use Windows, or use Raspberry Pi in different systems to deploy and train data. It works. Yeah, so if everyone interested in it, you can send mail to me. I can share some data, some information to you.
Yeah, very nice, Prof. Martin. So yeah, I think due to the time limitation, and also we still have another keynote. So I think that's all for Prof. Martin's session, and we would like to thank for Prof. Martin for giving the speech, and this is so pretty much inspirative for us, and yeah, it will be interesting for continuing this research. Once again, thank you very much, Prof. Martin, for the speech, and good luck for you and for everyone. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, yeah, I think this is for the speech from Professor Martin, and now we move to the next. We will give back to the Master of Ceremony. Please. Okay, thank you. I close this section. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Dedi Gunawan, PhD. For the final keynote session, we welcome Mr. Yusuf Sulistyo Nugroho, PhD, to guide us. To Mr. Yusuf, the floor is yours.
Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, esteemed researchers, and valued participants of International Conference on Smart Computing, IoT, and Machine Learning in 2025. Welcome back to the fourth and final keynote speech of this international conference. And let me introduce, I'm Yusuf Sulistyanugroho, and I will serve as the moderator for this final session of keynote speaker. And as we approach the conclusion of a remarkable day of this innovation, exploration, and exchange, it is an honor to introduce a keynote that speaks not just the future of technology, but also to the future of a shared community. So today we will have our final keynote speaker, Dr. Nurgiatna. He is a distinguished academic and researcher from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Indonesia, where he has served as a faculty member since 2000. He is currently the Dean of Faculty of Communication and Informatics, a position he has held with distinction since 2017. And Dr. Nurgiatna received both his master's and PhD degrees from the University of Manchester, specializing in sensing, imaging, and signal processing. His doctoral research focused on the development of a tomography imaging system using plastic optical fiber sensors, a novel and high-impact area within the field of medical imaging. And in addition to his academic leadership, Dr. Nurgiatna has conducted international research as a research associate at the University of Manchester in 2012, contributing to the development of a smart carpet system for healthcare applications using tomography imaging. And his current research interests span medical informatics, medical imaging, and information system with a strong focus on the application of self-supervised learning for early lung cancer detection. So today, Dr. Nurgiatna will deliver a keynote entitled Love Informatics, a human-centered paradigm for ethical and compassionate AI in sustainable communities. And now it is with great pleasure that I will invite Dr. Nurgiatna to deliver his keynote speech. Dr. Nurgiatna, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you Pak Yusuf, Dr. Yusuf Sulistyanugroho. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli wa sallim wa barik ala Muhammadin wa ala alihi washabbihi ajmain ba'du. Okay, let me introduce myself. You can call me Pak Nurgi. I was wondering when entering this room because my picture is too formal. I remember I sent Pak Dadang the not very formal picture, but this is using this coach and this is as well. So, but it's okay. I did my research in master degree and PhD in Manchester University in sensing, imaging, and signal processing. Developed smart carpet for footstep imaging, and written to MS in 2013, and after that, busy with managerial tasks. Actually, I can tell you that I like a new beginner in the research because just last year I continue doing research in imaging, medical imaging, analysis, medical imaging for identification of diseases. So when Pak Dadang offered me this opportunity, I believe that it is because not because my research record, it's because I am the dean of the faculty. So I take this opportunity to share not about my research, but about a new idea, a new concept that maybe some of you will thinking it is a silly idea or maybe it is a joke because this is love informatics. So love here, not romantic love between male and female, but it's universal love. universal values that is manifesting by wishing the best for others, like we wish for ourselves. Not just wishing, but to act of love, to act of kindness, willing to help the others. So before we going further, could you please, I ask you a favor, could you please stand up for a while, please? Could you please stand up? Because I think that all of us have been seated for, I think, almost three hours. It is not good for our health. So we need to stretch. So the keyword is love. Love is about, it is a fundamental spirit in our life that make our life will live a beautiful life. So I want all of us to express this love. So just let me guide you. I will ask you to take a deep breath, then release, then I will count 1, 2, 3, then I want you to, I love you. Like, I love you. Ready? Are you ready? Okay. Take a deep breath. Release. 1, 2, 3. I love you. Okay. Again. Take a deep breath. Release. 1, 2, 3. I love you. One more. Take a deep breath. Release. 1, 2, 3. I love you. Thank you very much. You can visit it then. So, please the slides. So maybe many of you familiar with me that I often use this word love in my speaking, in my speech, in my conversation. But this coming from my deep heart. This love is very important for our life. So I will install this love into the informatics field. So where is the... So as I said before, maybe you think that is a joke or it is a silly idea, but I tell you that I was thinking seriously when formalizing this idea, when formalizing this concept. I read some references, and to be honest, I discussed with OpenAI to refine the concept and to, sometimes I'm not satisfied with the answer explanation of the ChatGPT, and I drive this discussion until I satisfy the explanation on the concept. So this love informatics is about using informatics to promote love, to spread love. Not romantic love again between male and female, but universal love. Universal love manifesting by wishing the best of others, like wishing for the best for ourselves. And the key aspect of love is, the first one is appreciation and gratitude. The second is forgiveness. Easy, if we do wrongdoing, then easy to be fast to ask forgiveness and easy to give forgiveness. And gratitude, appreciation, forgiveness, then act of kindness, willing to help the others. And I propose this idea, love informatics, as a university course as well as a research domain. Then I think it's a very close relation with affective computing that I think Prof. Farah doing research in this field as well. So where is the, okay, but okay, yeah, okay. Okay, next, please. Yeah, that's that. In a world where machines are becoming more intelligent with AI, machine becoming more intelligent, we must ensure humans are becoming more compassionate. And the next. Yes. So we have this experience, generative moral, emotional system, decision-making, automation, but we face a paradox. The rise of intelligence is not always accompanied by the rise of empathy. And many systems are efficient, but emotionally cold or ethically neutral. So this brings us to a critical question: how can we ensure that technological progress also uplifts the human spirits? As I feel this conference from the morning until like just like monotones. So I try to install love in this conference. So next, please. I just want to direct it today. There is a growing need to ensure that innovation serves not only efficiency and functionality, but also the deeper values of humanity. Next, please. So I propose this law of informatics as an interdisciplinary field that applies principles of computer science, psychology, ethics, and digital system to cultivate and spread values of universal love. Just as health informatics, that I think all of us familiar with this, health informatics leverages data and system to improve health outcomes. Love informatics seeks to leverage information and technology to nurture loving, compassionate behavior and mindsets in individuals and societies. Not about machine feeling love, again, not about machine feeling love, but about a system that promote loving behavior and human dignity. Next, please. So I will compare with the existing field. The positive computing is concerned with the use of technology to support psychological well-being and human potential. It tends to be user-centered and individualistic in scope. Love informatics emphasizes moral and spiritual values, not just well-being. And it seeks not only to enhance user happiness, but to reorient their behavior and intention toward the good of others and society, making it inherently relational and ethical. And next. Affective computing. I think Professor Farah familiar with this. Correct me if I am wrong. Focus on recognition, interpretation, and simulation of human emotion by machines. It involves emotion sensing AI, mood responsive system, and emotionally intelligent interfaces. Love informatics is not about simulating emotion, but about guiding human intention and nurturing emotional maturity through ethical reminder, educational prompts, and value-centric design. It is less focused on machine emotion and more focused on human moral development in the digital context. Next, please. Okay, this is a vision and purpose of love informatics. It promotes awareness of importance of love and compassion motivate individuals to embody and express love, develop digital tool and system that facilitate love-driven communication, and support global peace, empathy, well-being, and cooperative development across cultures and species. Okay, Pak Yusuf. Sorry. Next, please. And I mentioned that I don't have image or picture illustration, so just something. If you feel boring, please feel free to say that. But wait, love. I will stop this presentation. So the key principle is this universal love, encompassing love for all beings, human, animal, and the natural world, and positive intention, promoting kindness, forgiveness, gratitude, and good wishes through digital interpersonal channel, and connectedness, and action-oriented compassion, not just feeling, but also the act of helping, supporting, advocating for the well-being of others, and ethical use of technology. Next, please. This is the potential application of areas. Digital communication, designing platforms that encourage respectful, kind, and empathetic interaction. For instance, love-based social media algorithm. In education, integrating love informatics into curricula to teach emotional intelligence, empathy, and global citizenship. And in healthcare, embedding companion-centered practices into medical information system and patient care processes. And images as a conflict resolution, using data and communication tool to mediate conflicts and promote mutual understanding. And for mental health and being creating tools that reinforce universal love, self-love, resilience, and support network. Next. This is potential tools and technology. We may develop love metrics, developing framework to assess act of kindness, emotional well-being, and social compassion, and AA for empathy, machine learning system that recognize emotional state and respond with supportive language, and kindness recommender system, and love-based digital archive. Okay, next. This is the point that I want to propose. Love informatics can be developed as a university course within informatics, psychology, ethics, or philosophy department, and a research domain exploring intersection between technology, compassion, and moral philosophy, and a framework for evaluating digital systems on their ethical, emotional, and social impact. This is the key point that I propose for this concept. As love informatics as a university course, of course, we need to design about the course. And research domain, we may explore the potential research project that related to the love informatics, and a framework for evaluating digital system on the ethical, emotional, and social impact. Next. This is love informatics as a university course. This is interdisciplinary course, how information and communication, ICT, AI, and digital system can be intentionally designed to promote compassion, empathy, ethical awareness, and social well-being. Yes. Introduce students to a transformative paradigm where technology becomes a medium for nurturing universal love and promoting collective flourishing. Next, please. And we can design this is the alternative for learning objective. By the end of this course, students will be able to understand the concept and theoretical foundation of love informatics and differentiate love informatics from positive computing and affective computing. And the third is analyze and critiques existing technology from the perspective of ethical love and compassion. And the fourth is design prototypes or conceptual framework for systems that promote universal love. And the fifth, evaluate the potential societal impact of love-centered technological solutions. Next, please. This is the course format. This is a 14-week semester in one semester and can be adapted to shorter formats and weekly lectures and discussion session and interdisciplinary guest speaker and hands-on workshop for empathy-driven design potential societal impact of love-centered technological solution. And target audience may be undergrad or graduate student in informatics, computer science, psychology, design, ethics, or interdisciplinary studies, and maybe professional interested in ethical technology, design, and social information. Next, please. This is just course model and topic that maybe we can design like this. Start from course introduction and then philosophical foundation of universal love, humanistic psychology and ethic of care, digital ethic, positive computing and affective computing, and then defining the principle of love informatics, then value sensitive and participatory design, designing for moral reminder and compassionate prompt, emotional ethical intelligence in system, application in education and mental health, and then governance, institution and community building, and then we discuss about ethical risk and critical risk perspective, and the capstone workshop, because it is a short time, it is not a big project, not a large project, it's just about designing, reflection and peer feedback, and final presentation and course reflection. And next, assessment method may be by reflection essays. Students need to make reflection essays and case study analysis and group discussion and peer review, and then final capstone project presentation. Again, this is not because this is short time for capstone project, maybe just designing application of love informatics. When the maybe with the final project for their bachelor degree. Next, please. And this is the research opportunities in love informatics for short-term priorities. And I'm seriously that I want to establish a center study for love informatics in a faculty. Development of compassionate prompting features in everyday application. Just embedding reminders about loved ones. Maybe we can embed in many day-to-day application, do day-to-day operational information system, reminder about loved one, about positive intention, that we work as an act of worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and an act of love. When we serve students, for instance, we serve with love. Just reminder the staff, the officer, when using the application in day-to-day operational in our office, please serve with love. Remember, you love your student. So we serve the student with love. We wish the best for everyone that we serve. And then design of love education apps. Maybe we can use game for educate about love, promoting love. Building gamified or interactive apps that teach emotional intelligence, gratitude, forgiveness, and empathy. And then therapeutic tool for enhancing emotional connection. App for individual struggling. I think all of us aware that in nowadays, student is, but this is not weak in resiliency. So it is, I think it is important for us to provide the tools or application that strengthen this resilience of students. This individuals struggling with loneliness or emotional disconnect, AI-based dialogue, music therapy, and self-reflection prompt. Next, please. This is medium-term priorities. We may develop love level measurement tool, development of metric and digital instrument, wearable, mobile. We may buy using a watch, maybe we can use the level of love from what you say, from maybe what your face expression, from many things that can be captured by sensor. We can measure the degree, the level of love. And then AI-powered love agents, designing chatbot or digital assistant that offer empathetic responses and enforce moral or compassionate choices. I think this is quite familiar for us, chatbot, and we may have conversation with machine with our devices to get support and compassionate user interfaces for public services. And next, please. And the long-term priorities, love informatics in smart cities and urban platform. I have a dream that informatics can install love in a city or in an area by developing system application that promote urban digital infrastructure that encourage love, bus follows, neighborhood support system, public service compassion alert, and civic love campaigns. And then ethical risk assessment of love stats. It is critical evaluation of the potential misuse of love features in persuasive technologies, marketing, or surveillance. And then cross-cultural studies of digital love practices. We may research global variation in how love, compassion, and service are digital expressions measured and embedded in the system. And then we may make comparative studies with positive and affective computing, exploring how love informatics offer a normative, moral grounded perspective compared to the affective data-driven focus on existing fields, and framework development for love-based AI ethics. And next, please. This is just a vision, a humanized future. So love informatics, I propose this as a response of dehumanization to make us, to remain as that we are human being, to strengthen the humanity aspect of us as a human being. So AI should not only make us smarter, it helps us become better humans. And love informatics invites a shift from information-driven system to compassion-driven system. It aligns with global movement toward responsible AI, digital well-being, and human technology. And it asks the critical question, what kind of future are we designing and who do we become in the process? And this is, the next is the last slide, I think. Because Pak Yusuf tell us that my time is shorter than the previous speaker. So. Next, please. So this is my closing message. As we enter deeper into the AI age, we must lead with love informatics is not an alternative to AI, it is necessary evolution. And love informatics is not ideal we can't reach, it's a direction we can choose. The goal is not just to build smart machine, but loving societies. Let me leave you with this call. Let us code with kindness, design with dignity, and lead with love. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Nurgiatna, for that deeply inspiring and lovely presentation. I think we can call him now Master of Love. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so yeah, very lovely presentation, Dr. Nurgiatna, and okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, to conclude, we have bioinformatics so far. We have bioinformatics, we have social informatics. Now we will have love informatics. Wow, very, very interesting, I think. Yeah, okay, so because we have limited times, I think we can directly to Q&A session. So all of you, all participants who got interested with love, or students maybe who is now falling in love with someone, maybe you can ask to Dr. Nurgiatna. Please, you can raise your hand, or maybe, yeah, Professor Farah, I think you can ask him.
Thank you. So thanks for this lovely and inspiring talk. So recently in Singapore, we are working on hope speech detection, which means identifying from social media what people hope would want to do in the future, but not only, because we can also plan to do something, expect to do something, but also wanted to do something, but we cannot.
Okay.
Like regretting.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering whether you see any link between love computing and the expression of hope and
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Positivity, but because we can also hope for the worst, not necessarily for the best.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to have some thought about that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for the, I think this is information for me, that I think this is very close relation with love informatica, that's one. And I think we may have collaboration to develop this research in the many aspects of love informatics that I believe that Professor Farah have been working in affective computing. As I said before, this is quite close relation, but there are some differences because love informatics about how make human being aware about love, to make this word better. Love, the application that reminds user that you are a human being, the core value of human being, the universal value is love. Love is universal language, and any aspect of psychology, regrets, hope, dissatisfaction, and so on. I think this is will affect the love. So there are many aspects in our inner that can be stimulated and maybe guided by application that to strengthen the love. Why we are human? Because we have love that maybe until now machine cannot compete with us about this love. So let us strengthen this aspect as a human feeling, as a spirit, that although we use application, we like, if we don't worry about this, maybe we live like robot, working in the morning, going to the office, working, and then going home, sleeping, and then. So my dream is about love informatics is just remind about this very fundamental spirit of human being. This is love. Love that will make human being human, not like machine. Okay, machine tend to be like human, can feel, can give suggestion, but I think the love of human is different from machine. So I am quite enthusiastic that we can have collaboration for doing research and developing maybe some concept about this, because there is still rough concept, and I try to formalizing, and maybe some of you like this is silly concept, or maybe this is just joke, but I'm really, really serious when it coming from my deep heart that this is love, because love is my yeah, one thing that I believe that will make our life is becoming happy. Just thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions from participants? Okay, Pak Husni. Okay. Okay, please, Pak Husni.
Okay, very interesting speech, Pak Nurgiatna. I once attended a conference during my PhD. Probably it was about 2007, yeah. It was a control system conference, international conference, but one of the speakers talked about love. So he analyzed letters of a couple, a man and a woman. They exchanged letters, and then he analyzed the content of the letters in the context of control system. And now we hear about love informatics, yeah. So it's quite interesting. And in the conference, the speaker managed to make a differential equation of love, yeah, based on the concept. Pak Nurgi is actually very simple. My question is, have you started your Python code or your Python functions that produce compassionate statements such as kindness, care, forgiveness, etc.? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Husni, for the information that long time ago there is someone that speak about love in the control conference. It's very interesting. And the question is whether I have started about coding with Python related to love. To be honest, not yet. Yes, because there is just formalizing the big concept, the general concept, and how this concept becoming a university course, and how the concept becoming a research domain. And the next step will be start coding Python with that, inshallah. And I think we have many resources, whether a lecturer or student, to involve in this love informatics. I hope that I can establish this center study for love informatics. Inshallah, I mean.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I think we still have 5 minutes. Maybe one more question, Pak Nurgi. Yeah, we have online questions from Zoom, on Zoom chat. Maybe I can read it for you. So, yeah, regarding the AI related, we acknowledge that it can potentially be misused, such as for crimes and hoax purposes. So how do we prevent that kind of AI-based system from the bad side? So for example, someone pretend to love another. So yeah, how to prevent that kind of issues from your perspective, Dr. Nurgiatna? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's coming from whom? Okay, from Bu or Mbak Jihan Aulia. How to prevent the bad side of AI, I think, in general. I just take the general points. So I think there are many aspects that we can consider. It's one the user and the application. So the user need to be aware, and there need to be education, to be educated how to use this according to the ethical user in using the AI. And for the system and the application, I think if we have, we know about the potential risk about using this AA for bad intention, so the I think the work or the duty or the challenge is how to close this or how to minimize this potential of using AA for a bad intention. So by maybe reminding or making restriction from the user, and in general, we know that any technology, any system have both sides, bad or good. So it's depends on the user. So we can avoid this risk by or minimize this risk by this educating user or make user aware about this risk and how to. I think we can make the system where how to minimize the potential risk of using this bad side. Of the side that is, I think, any system, any application, we cannot ensure that all of them will be good. So again, it's depend on the user. So be wise as a user and be educated, be aware to use any system application for good intention, for love intention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Giana. So because we have limited times and times is up, let me have a closing remark. So thank you once again, Dr. Nurgiatna, for closing our keynote series with such a powerful vision, reminding us that innovation without compassion risks missing the point of progress itself. So enjoy the remainder of the conference for all of you and continue to explore how we can lead with purpose, empathy, and ethical intelligence in everything we create. And thank you once again. Give applause to Master of Love, Dr. Nurgiatna. Okay, thank you everyone. And let me close this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much to all our moderators and remarkable keynote speakers for their truly insightful and thought-provoking presentations.
We will now have a brief break before proceeding with our parallel session. For those who want to pray, the mosque is on the third floor on the south side, and for the lunch, it can be taken at the same place as the coffee break. Please check your program book for the specific room and track for your chosen session. This session will likely commence at 1 p.m. Western Indonesian time with some beginning shortly after.
And of course, in the final session, we will have the much anticipated announcement of the best presenter, best paper, and best student paper.
Absolutely. So to all of our participants, we encourage you to give your best and showcase your brilliant work. Thank you and see you.